Eek. How you doing? That's not what I'm trying to do. Twitter on my phone, why you do this? Doing alright. Had a pretty chill day. Did a bit of grocery shopping. Got myself a couple of things while I was at it. Got myself some Five Guys. Still digesting that. Alright. Let's see. Let's go ahead and switch it over. Clip. And here we go. How's the volume? I turned it down a bit. Let me go ahead and turn it back up some. And I'm also turning down my headphones while I'm at it because I don't want the thing blaring in my ears. Alright. Let's see. Ooh, I'm gonna have to check that out later. Alright. Let's go ahead and start a new story. We're gonna do another quick play. Alright. Which old god are we going to be fighting against today? Okay, the one I actually got a successful run on off-stream. The Missing Stars. Media reports on various people with seemingly supernatural skills. Could it have any connection with the news about stars disappearing from the night sky? Old God's Rule. Casting spells raise doom instead of its normal cost. So I'm going to have to be... Oh, and I've got 2 spells right off the bat. Let's see. Multiply Wound. Deals damage to an enemy, which increases the lower your stamina is. Ooh. So it's kind of like that Pokemon move, Revenge. And Void. Ignore the current event and instantly investigate a random otherworld location. One-time use only, costs 3 reason, but since we have, how do you pronounce it? Athiolast? Athiolast? What is he, Russian? Okay. Doing that. Let's take a bath, get some free experience. Okay, nothing in there. Alright. I guess we'll get started with a mystery. Costs you doom instead of stamina or reason. So, yeah, I'm going to have to be very, very careful with that. Okay, scooting this over here so that I can still see the chat. Alright. Let's see what we got for the selection. Macabre Memoir of Morbid Mermaids. Bizarre Bruit of a Blood-Curdling Botanist. Curious Case of a Contagious Coma. Sorrowful Saga of the Moonlight Sailors. And a spine-chilling story of school scissors. This one's a bit of a run killer, so I'll go ahead and take this one on early. Okay. Investigate the school location twice to complete this quest, huh? Didn't we see the scissors one before in another story? Yeah. Eventually you're gonna get repeats. Let's see. Wait, why is it suddenly so dark outside? You stand by the window to take a look. Black smog emerges from the courtyard, coating everything in an oily vapor. I might want to run from the window. Dexterity check. Success! You run from the window before anything happens. Okay. Investigate the school. You were stopped by a girl you haven't seen in months. But how could you? She died in an accident. Ooh. What do I have for items? Nothing. Okay. 80%. Alright, let's try this. Doop, 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 doop. There we go. 390% chances to hit. And then, of course, one of them misses. Okay. There we go. Wait, what's that? Occult Diary. Ooh. A new yet undefined species of the cordyceps fungus has been observed to infect rats, taking over their bodies. Could it have the same effect with other mammals? If I remember right, the cordyceps is the same genus of fungus that makes like zombie ants climb to a certain part of a tree and then they die and then they spread the spores so that it infects other ants. Okay. Time to investigate downtown now. Actually, while we're at it, I think an alternate path in this scenario requires a flashlight. And let's also get a map, because I think we're going to need it for this one. And to make up for the visits to the store, because that raised our doom level, let's go ahead and use this to lower it a bit. Okay, investigating downtown. Bad feeling, location's threat level increases. Shiro-san has always been a weirdo, but he was good at what he did. Last month he ordered a pack of experimental fungicide from Tokyo. I think I've seen the dispatch order with address somewhere, the old man says. Help me move this dirt and I'll look for it. And out of funds, I guess a little peace of mind. Okay, now to visit the village. Illusion shattered. What? You stand in the middle of the field, frozen in terror. A rip in our reality shows the horrible future of our planet. Seeing the familiar figure looking back at you, you can't help but wonder if it's our world that's just an illusion. Question your sanity? You fall to your knees, dry heaving. Nothing will ever be the same. Uh-oh, suicidal. Chance of losing stamina each time you lose reason. Ooh, okay, that's gonna be nasty. Okay. Alright, let's see. Trees overhead block the sunlight and you begin to feel gloomy. Our master is coming and we all can bask in its glory. Magician glitched. Yeah. I probably should have gotten a weapon. Man. Okay. And there we go. Jeez. Hey, MSO. Thank you for being subscribed for 33 months. In a row, no less. Alright, fighting that guy wasn't too good. That, put a lot of doom on my meter. Let's see. Your friend has asked you to meet them at a certain secluded location. Getting there, you find a telescope with a note signed by your friend. The note tells you to look through the telescope. You don't see anything at first, then you notice it. The bloated body of Othiolaj is getting closer. I'm probably going to keep butchering the... Othiolazith. Yeah, I never know how to pronounce those things. Okay, so we're already a third of the way there. That's not good. I can see why this quest has run-killing potential. Yup! On top of that, the boss of this quest is just brutal. Let's see. Perception check? +5 experience. Okay. It's not too bad. I might have to keep that multiply wound spell in handy. Forest ritual. I think this is a strength check. Nope. Botched that. Okay. Here it is. Okay. Overgrown Mansion. Let's see. It's completely overgrown with plants you've never seen before. In front of the mansion, there's a gardening company minivan filled with boxes. Slowly enter the building with caution. You stand in the middle of the room when suddenly the floor gives up and you fall down into the basement. Okay, so we have Shiro-san here. What's that? Stop and take a closer look at Shiro-san's injuries. The top of Shiro-san's head flies off, revealing his brain. Out of it, the fruiting body of a fungus. Alright. I think I'm gonna take, I'm gonna do the damage that I can. And if my damage gets too low... Alright. Okay. So normally this would cost 2 stamina. This doesn't cost reason. Multiply wound. And... Yep, as you may have noticed, I have some follower emotes. I still have some... I do have some more subscriber emotes as well, so... let's see. Let's go ahead and... get rid of these now. Spiritual action. Boop, boop, boop. Gonna be cutting it close. Yep, nope. I did. So even if I win this battle, I lose the war. Screw it. The fungus dies, and with it, the gardener. With no body to grow from, you hope that's the end of it. You finally understood something. The plants weren't attacking you. They were protecting you from the unnatural form of life. Weakened, you stumble out of the mansion, hoping to forget. Let's go ahead and regain that stamina, and... let's see... Yakuza card might help. 1 additional slot becomes available in all shops. Remove the illicit tag from all items. Okay. So, barely back from the brink. The old god stirs. Roads leading out of town are closed by the police. You'll have to find a new way out. So, going to the village, the mansion, or the forest costs 1% doom more. In your mailbox, you find a small key. What's that doing there? Let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot. This thing. Let's see. Looking through the peephole, don't see anything weird here. Let's see. Let's go ahead and regain some reason. It's not much, but... Alright, let's see. Sorrowful Saga of the Moonlight Sailors would be good, I think. It began with one fisherman, who dragged something truly awful from the belly of the ocean. A dark, writhing ooze that mesmerized him beyond control. He hid himself away for a week, adoring it, not to be seen until one moonlit night, when a young girl spotted his boat drifting away. A single lantern swinging at the helm, and the captivated fisherman singing eerily to his catch. Now more and more fishermen have begun to find the vile oozes in their nets, and one by one they are disappearing. Soon the ocean will have taken them all. Alright. Discard 2 item cards to complete this quest. Probably not going to get that ending. I am going to need a weapon. Screw it, getting the steak knife. Alright. Let's investigate downtown. You start your investigation, hoping to overhear some rumors at the fish market. Ooh, the stone statues. That would have been nice if I had any useful spells on hand. Alright. Although you braved the stench for hours, you glean nothing besides the fact the fisherman had a wife. Perhaps you should pay her a visit. Let's investigate downtown again. Feeling like you are on the brink of losing your mind, you decide to visit your parents' old friend, Father Yasugi. Hey, kiddo, says the priest, who's currently moving some boxes in and out of the church building. Could you lend me a hand? I think we're getting some reason back regardless. I'll play it safe and not overexert myself. You only pick up the smallest boxes, but the whole thing takes more time than you expected. Afterwards, Father Yasugi invites you inside for a cup of hot tea and home-baked cookies made by one of the parishioners. You explain your situation to them. The priest listens, letting you vent all of your doubts and anxiety. +3 reason, but also plus 2% doom. Alright. Let's see. So, when you arrive at the fisherman's house, it stands long vacated. Peering in through the dusty window, you recoil in shock. Investigate the mansion. Cursed grimoire. You find a heavy tome wrapped in moth-eaten black velvet in an old locked cabinet. When you remove the book's wrappings, you recoil in disgust. It's bound in human flesh. We're gonna need to take down that doom meter, so... You may never know what's inside the hideous book, but that's a good thing. -3% doom. Let's see. The fisherman's wife lies in the kitchen, mutilated and covered with black marks. Hearing a shuffling sound coming from behind a wardrobe, you decide to push it out of the way. You discover a niche in the wall. Someone has put 3 dusty dolls in there. When you try to reach and grab one, however, they jump off and scatter around the room, giggling. Ugh, those are some really creepy dolls. Chucky ain't got nothing on you pieces of shit. I think I'll go for a couple of strong attacks. Okay. There we go. Surely someone else must have caught one of these. You look around, hoping to spot one of them. Something gigantic and invisible leaves a deep void in the sea. It's not moving, but you swear it's watching you. -2 reason. That's not good. The young man has glassy eyes and mumbles his replies between caressing his catch. The beating movements in his arms disturbs you. Cliffside ritual. Ocean is hungry. You're stopped by a person with a knife. They look incredibly sad. It wants me. But I'm afraid I'm too much of a coward to do it myself. Can you help me? Talk them out of it. Charisma check success. After a long conversation, they hand you the knife and thank you. And we got a ritual dagger. How does that compare to our steak knife? More damage, a little slower, and a little less accurate. Small chance of recovering reason after defeating an enemy. I could kind of use that right now. Let's go ahead and equip that. Alright, after a slow interrogation, the young man manages to stutter out something about an organized fishing trip. Crabs are feasting on a bloated corpse carried to the beach by the waves. I forget if this is a dexterity check? It is. Inside the man's pocket, you find documents. They're all strangely dry. Did the man really drown, or was he brought here? Let's see. You slip out at night and race towards the beach, terrified of what comes next. The full moon shines bright in the cloudless night sky. The ink-black ocean waves glimmer eerily. All the residents have drawn their shutters tight and locked their doors. Your footsteps are silent in the sand. The only sounds are your ragged breathing and pounding heartbeat. You arrive at the water's edge, breathless. The possessed fishermen's boats fill the horizon with their light. Tiny yellow spots, navigating across a dark ocean under a dark sky. You cannot make out the figures on board. Hypnotized, you watch as they bob their way out of the harbor. Their lanterns move farther and farther away, and you hear the odd chanting slowly fade with the wind. You stand in the cold until the final boat is out of sight and it is pitch black again. There's nothing to do now. You head home, a weird chant still in your head. No one spoke of the fishermen after they sailed off. Grieving mothers would not let their children anywhere near the cursed beach. Over time, people forgot the last time they saw a boat out on the waves. Alright, new events available. Knowledge is key, plus 30 experience. There's still hope, minus 3 doom. Tireless, plus 1 reason, and stamina. Time passes, plus 1 day. Alright, the old god stirs. What do we got? The friendly dog disappeared last night. You will have to find a new place to buy equipment. Ah, shit. I hate this one. Okay. Let's see. That's our second key. Can't see anything. Alright, let's see. Small EXP boost? Alright. Take a peep through the peephole. What's that? Probably just my imagination. Alright. Macabre Memoir of the Morbid Mermaids. Curious Case of a Contagious Coma. Or, let's go with the one we know. Spine-chilling Story of School Scissors. Alright. Your missing friend has left you a notebook. If the rumors are true, to stop the tall woman with scissors, you'll need to perform a ritual to force her material form to appear in our dimension. Accomplishing this requires first the drawing of the Eldritch Sigil, and then the lighting of holy candles. You can only hope your friend has left them somewhere around the school. Okay, if I remember right, this one you do not touch. But these, we get a wooden bat. I need a tiny key. If I remember right, you actually get a marksman's rifle from this locker. Slow but powerful, so... If you want to play Danganronpa, I'll bite on the notion. It is coming to Switch. Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? Ooh. Slower, but, higher chance of hitting. Damage is about the same, though. Compared to the Ritual Dagger... I think I'll keep the Dagger. Actually, now would probably be a good time to get some funds. Alright, access the storage. Check the friend's diary. Okay. Maru is acting strange. I need to talk with her after class. I hope she didn't attempt the ritual herself. I've hidden the candles in one of the classrooms. Tomorrow, I will try to perform the ritual. This sigil can weaken the demon for a while. Careful with the lines. Okay, so upside down pentagram and squiggly. Squiggly. Other pages seem irrelevant to the case. I hope they're okay. Alright, so now we just need to find the chalk. Explore the school. You enter the art classroom. If I remember right, checking out the sculpture engages in a battle, so I'm going to avoid that. Check out the masks instead. +1 damage, -4 max stamina. I think I'll go with that. Alright, you feel like something horrible is happening within the school. You must hurry and find those items. Let's see. I see a face. Alright, found an additional page from your friend's diary. It seems that the blessed chalk was left on the roof. You must hurry and find it. Peek outside. You actually get an achievement for this. And the face that appears is different every time, I think. You shouldn't risk that again. Yep. Explore the school. Oh! Something is wrong. Instead of a clear blue sky, you see the bloated corpse of a long-forgotten deity looming over the school's roof. The barrier between worlds is coming apart. You must hurry or risk being noticed by whatever other eldritch horrors still lurk here. Let's see. Dexterity's pretty high, so I could try to sneak. I did it! You succeed in grabbing the backpack and return to the staircase leading back to our world. Thank goodness. Okay, I'm gonna stock back up on reason because I need that. Parting gift. Letting allies go grants a permanent bonus to one of your stats. That would be good to have. Running shoes, smaller doom penalty from running from combat. I do need the luck, I think, so I'm gonna go ahead and take the outdoorsman perk. Alright. Let's see. That should do it. Because if I remember right, that matches... Yes, it does. Okay. And... I still need the holy candles, so... explore the school some more. Suddenly everything slows to a crawl. Ah, crap. Time warper. I'm gonna regret this, but... probably should have, gotten the running shoes. Alright, explore school. Art class. You catch a glimpse of an art class. One disturbing painting draws your attention. Take a peek horrified. We kind of have no choice here. You gasp in pure horror. The twisted faces, impossible angles, and enormous monoliths make you sick. -2 stamina. You'd think that would affect your reason, not your stamina. Okay. I think it keeps going until I hit continue. You take a step back as a writhing amorphous mass slowly takes shape. Soon it becomes a tall, woman-like creature with 3 faces, all connected by a wide smile. Now it is your chance to fight and defeat this horror. It is also your only chance. Twisting and twitching, the demon woman enters the classroom, cackling menacingly. Am I beautiful? Alright. I've only got 3 stamina, so this might be the run killer after all. I've got the ritual dagger. And launch sequence. Ooh. Okay. Pray. And then that just might finish her off. Got her. Ancient horror lies dead on the classroom floor, slowly dissolving into nothingness. You find your friend, gravely wounded, but alive. You help him and you limp away from the school as police sirens get louder. Spine-chilling story of school scissors, ending A. Let's see. Scissor Woman is gone for good. Or is it? You shudder, knowing the urban legend will inspire another kid in another city to try and summon the eldritch being. Let's see. The old god stirs. Click here to reveal its effect. Winds of Plague. A weird epidemic keeps staff at the hospital busy. Skipping the line will cost you more. Just when I was considering recovering. Alright, take the key. At least I can still rest. Alright, let's see. I think I need some stamina. People? Someone is standing in the shadow, watching your door. Alright. Another day begins. Oh, weird, nothing happens. Okay. So I believe I have 2 mysteries left. Subarashi! How you doing? Let's see. I have 2 mysteries left. I'm going to try and recover Protag right now. Who is Pepe Sylvia? Right. Curious case of a contagious coma. More and more people fall unconscious and cannot be awakened. People trying to wake the patients up result with them falling into a coma themselves. A whole wing of the town's hospital has been dedicated for the comatose. Is there anything connecting these people? And how did this strange illness start? It'll raise my doom meter, but I'm gonna have to take some time to rest. You take a short nap on your bed. You phone your best friend and talk about unrelated stuff. Time flies by so fast, you prepare yourself to leave and continue your long investigation. +2 stamina and reason, but +3 doom. I think I'll do it again. There we go. Okay. Much better position. Alright, investigate the village location twice to complete this quest. Alright, let's start with investigating the school. Towering Eyes Prophet. Ugh. People point and talk about a man on the other side of the street. He looks confused, muttering to himself while occasionally touching a festering wound on his cheek. You stop in your tracks and listen to the man's cursed incantation. -2 reason. The Seal of Savesh. +1 strength. Discard on use. Cost 4 reason. It won't cost reason because of the old god I'm facing up against. I guess I can afford it. It'll raise my doom meter a little bit, but yeah, a bit more than I'd like. But I get a permanent strength buff. Hopefully it was worth it. Key phrase, hopefully. Hearing footsteps, you turn around. Behind you stands a pretty woman in a sweater. Natural beauty. Yes, this is exactly what I need. You shudder seeing the weird woman reach into her pocket and grabbing a nasty-looking knife. Pretty face. Mind if I borrow it? Let's see. Just shy. Alright, let's save that sequence and let's go for it. There we go. Okay. I just noticed she has stupid high damage. Okay. Nope. Not chancing it here. We're getting the heck out of here. Lady, I'm wearing an Oni mask. You can buy one for 100 yen across the street. She's snapping your face off. What do you expect? Fair, but I didn't remember her doing that much damage. Alright. You have to sneak into the hospital and borrow the patient Zero's information. I have some funds. I might need to grab something from the pharmacy first. I don't have any... Oh, wait, hold on. Modern medicine can't help here. Damn it. Okay. That was spooky. Welcome to World of Horror. -2 max reason, but +4 stamina. I think I'll take that. Okay, so that takes my stamina up a good bit. Let's investigate. Sleeping nurse. You enter the hospital looking for information about a certain patient. The main corridor is dark and strangely empty. You spot a nurse at the registration booth. She's asleep from exhaustion. Dexterity check. Sneak past her? You manage to sneak past her and rummage through the cabinet. Finally, you locate the information you were looking for. Alright. You've got the name and address. Let's get out of here. Petty thief. While you walk through a crowded space, someone bumps into you and quickly apologizes. This one, I believe, is a perception check. Failure, and I lost my funds. Patient Zero's house seems empty. You should search it carefully. Playing a high dex character? Makes sense, yeah. Ooh. Alarmed by the sound of glass breaking, you discover the corpse of a policeman lying in a pool of blood. It looks like someone or something tore out his throat. I don't have any spells to give up to boost my reason, so that's going to be a problem. Steal his gun. I'm going to need a good weapon to defend myself with. Alright, plus item, -3 reason. A little less damage, a little slower, but an increased chance to hit. Let's see. I'm gonna have to go with the police revolver. I know I'm hurting for reason right now, but, actually. Yeah. Alright. Investigate downtown. I could use an event or two that would, reduce my doom level a bit. Luck check success. Even though the metro car is completely empty, you arrive at your station without any problem, saving valuable time. -2% doom. There! Bullshit no jutsu strikes again. Yeah, cutting it real close. Yeah, and I still have a mystery to go after this. Let's see. The quarantine wing is guarded closely. You must find a way to sneak through. As part of the therapy, some patients took part in art classes. Some of their work fills you with dread. -2 reason. Alright, here we go. Quarantine wing. You've managed to sneak through the door, avoiding the police, and finally reach the quarantine wing, where all the coma patients were brought in. Their pulse is slowly weakening and the blood pressure is dropping. You must hurry. Investigate. Complete silence of this place hits you when you reach one of the beds. All the patients are dead. I forget. Since I completed the mystery, am I still alive? Shaken, you sneak out from the hospital. One thing is certain, though, with no sick people, it's the end of this weird illness. Ending B. Let's see. +30 experience, -3 doom, +1 day. Okay, let's get back that reason. Self-therapy. Forgetting spells regains extra reason. All combat moves deal an extra point of damage. Improved resting at home. If I get hot bath and then I can't use the bath to recover health because of the old god effect, I'm gonna be so mad. Okay. The whole town stopped receiving any outside signal. It must be radio mass failure. Alright, so I'm still barely alive. Okay, I'm gonna have to recover some reason. Let's see. Oh, trying to make sense of this game, Subarashi? Let's see. One mystery left. Macabre Memoir of Morbid Mermaids. Actually, I think I'll go ahead and... getting face stabbed seems normal enough. I think I'll go ahead and sell the ritual dagger. Alright. Macabre Memoir of Morbid Mermaids. The janitor was obsessed with mermaids. He's collected every scrap of the legend about them in the school basement. Now his mind has snapped. He's decided it's time to make one of his own, using unfortunate students' bodies as materials. There's one thing everyone at the school is talking about. Another girl from your area has gone missing. Could there be anything connecting all the missing people? I should investigate downtown next. Alright, let's see. Investigate the Seaside location twice to complete this quest. Definitely going to be cutting it close. Walking on the beach, you discover a giant charred pit. As you wonder what was burned here and why, you hear a crackling sound get louder and everything around you is getting hotter. That looks nasty. Let's see, how long does it take to escape? Okay, so if I meditate twice and then run, I'll take a bit of a doom penalty, but I can use the opportunity to trade off some of my stamina for some reason. There we go. Okay. Investigating Seaside. The military exercise makes you feel safer, but are guns enough to stop the unspeakable horrors lurking out there? Plus 4 doom, but also plus 2 reason, so... You may be going crazy, but you could swear something is watching you from the sea. So I lost one of the reason points that I just gained. Great. How Lovecraftian. Actually, if I remember right, one of them is straight up a reference to Lovecraft. Not specifically Cthulhu, but... Let's see. When you enter the metro car, you notice the oddly shaped package on the seat opposite you. It's marked with your name. You reach for the package, but hesitate, an icy feeling settling into the pit of your stomach. Is this a luck check? Dexterity check. It's not until you unwrapped it that you understand what it is. Shocked, you let it fall to the floor from your bloodied hands. Yep. Yep, giant spider god. Okay. I'm gonna have to finish this one quick. Check plaques and trophies. You find a small trophy with a curious plaque. Grand Champion of the Cannibal Eating Contest, 1956. That's reassuring. All missing girls were apparently members of the school swimming team. Maybe someone saw the kidnapper stalking them? Knowledge check failure. Ah, shit. Because if you pass the knowledge check, that would actually, like, reduce some of the doom on the meter, so. Travel to the Morbid School. You find a notebook containing handwritten and detailed notes about the swimming club itself and mermaids? Ugh. A nauseating stench stops you. Someone has scattered rotting fish guts everywhere and hung up countless fish heads. You cover your mouth as you slowly retreat. A vast flock of seagulls outside viciously attack the windows. Fish heads, roly-poly fish heads, eat them up, yum. You just can't keep your reason. Sure as heck doesn't seem like it. Hope I get into a fight so that I can, like, meditate and then run away. You never heard that song? Used to play on Dr. Demento. Hidden cults. I'm hit with another curse. Stalker. Uh-oh. Someone is following you. Oh, great. Oh, Dr. Demento was a radio show. It was the radio show where I think Weird Al got his big break. There's something wrong here. A weird apathy seems to infect every adult you ask for help. You'll have to deal with it alone. Through the dirty restaurant window, you notice a shady-looking man wearing a jacket covered in strange symbols. He stops in front of the house, visibly nervous. Before he enters the house, he turns around as if he's checking for anyone unwanted followers. What could it mean? Call the police is a charisma check. Charisma check's decent. And of course, as soon as I say that, I fail. You compare the sewer plan with the school map, and it suddenly dawns on you. School basement. That must be the place where the kidnapper is keeping missing swimmers. Stubborn receptionists. Getting access to the student database would certainly speed up your investigation, but the receptionist would never allow it. If only there was a way to make her go away for a while. Nope. And just like that, we're boned. Because even if I solve this mystery, I won't be able to get through the lighthouse at the end. You bust through the door of the janitorial closet, but it's already too late. The latest missing girl is lying on a dirty mattress. The upper part, at least. The tail of a fish has been crudely sewed in place of her legs. She was too weak and died, you hear the mad janitor say. He looks you up and down. Maybe you'll do. Okay. First off, where the hell do you even find a fish that big? Because that girl had some... No. I had to make the joke. Alright. Stepping carefully over a corpse, the janitor picks up the bloody axe. Whew. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably boned because -3 stamina. Never seen the size of some marlin or sharks. I mean, sharks, yeah, but this is assuming that it's just your regular fish. Hmm. Uh, for the weapon. Screw it. Getting some ringing ears, but all combat actions are slower until the end of the current mystery. I'm probably just barely going to survive this. I'm sorry, what? Did I seriously die because of a 10% chance to miss with the firearm? As gross as it is to say, you're also assuming these are high school students. Yeah, because the connection was that all the girls that he was using were from the swim team. Yeah, there's no way I can recover from this, even if I were to. I'm too far gone. Oh, it's because I was out of ammo. Ah! Of course I realize it now. Resisting the unknown horror that was taking its toll on your health. Weakened, you finally succumb to your injuries alone. As the dust settles on your open eyes, the reality starts to crumble. Old God is ready to return once more. Died from stamina loss. Don't middle schools have swim teams? I checked the wiki. I believe all the playable characters here are in their late teens, early 20s, so high school. High school or college. Let's see. Yada yada. Alright. Tuna can grow to 13 feet. Wow. Okay, I didn't know that about tuna. Let's go ahead and try again. Stop shifting the window. Game. Alright, quick play. Stop shifting the window, game. Okay, go through the introduction again. Which one are we getting today? Place your bets. Place your bets. It's the spider one again. I can't escape from combat encounters, so... Kitagatorasu is once again awakening from its slumber. Blinded by its impossible to satisfy hunger, it has started to tear down the walls of its cocoon prison. Stop it before it devours us all. Alright, medical history. Disillusioned with medical care, you'll need to pay up. You start with extra experience and bandages, but each damage can cause an injury. Ooh. And I can discard it for plus 20 experience. I'm not trying to discard it. There, okay. Alright. Alright, let's see. Getting some extra money. This one seems to be strength and charisma based. She has a mega milk tea. Yes, she does. Rebel outfit. Fun fact, that little symbol on her chest in this outfit, if I remember right, it is a reference to Huster. If I think that's his name. In Lovecraftian mythology, he's known as the King in Yellow. Let's see, the collection. Back. Is it going to rain? Weird, nothing happens. Also, we got a little bonsai tree. It's cute. Gonna go ahead and take a warm water bath for some EXP. Alright, what's our selection today? Vicious Verses of a Violent Vigil. Freaky Feature of Found Footage. Chilling Chronicle of a Crimson Cape. This one was actually a run killer a couple of times off screen. Can be used to grow meat, a small forest. Alright, we've done the rotten report of the rancid ramen. Let's go ahead and do that. Alright, discard 2 item cards to complete this quest. Actually, I think I can do just that. I can always buy another one at the shop. And I have a feeling selling them doesn't count, so... discharge summary. Discard. Oh, discarding that didn't count? Lame. Really, MSO? Alright. Watching the local news, you spot a familiar street. It's a feature about the newest ramen shop. The food critic has a manic look as he describes the ramen. His description makes your stomach churn. Investigate the apartments. Oh, I've got an ally. A woman jumps out of her apartment covered in gore. Between sobs, she tries to explain what happened. She was taking a shower when suddenly the showerhead started spraying blood. Trail of blood leads back into the dark apartment. Calm her down. Charisma check success. The woman sniffs and smiles weakly. You feel like you've prevented something awful. Resolve this event. Okay, I was already at max reason because charisma check was a success, but no. Alright. You can see the restaurant through the staircase's window. You watch the door for hours, but never see any of the cooks enter, nor leave. Didn't we have the festival one the last time we tried the spider god? Yeah, we did. Look at that fuzzy face. Putting your hand in that hole was a bad idea. Seeing the big spider escape. You hope it wasn't poisonous. And we've gotten an injury. So we got a bite. Hopefully it'll go away on its own. Might have to use some funds to go to the hospital. Do that. Treatment with 1 fund. Some blood loss. Minus 10 max stamina. Or minus 10% max stamina. So, Spooter event with Spooter guys. Yep. Stop sticking your head in random holes. Hopefully it wasn't venomous. Technically all spiders are venomous. I think they meant the bite. Alright. Alright, checking the apartments. Next move. As you prepare a bath, you think about all the possible leads so far. You're very tired. Maybe ice cold water is a good idea. I've seen the hot bath raise the doom meter. I think the cold bath, if you get a strength check success, that recovers some reason. Or no, gets you experience. Never mind. It seems that you are not the only one wanting to try for yourself. You stand in line for hours. Your questions fall on deaf ears, and you're shunned. Let's shop for items, get a couple of things. Okay, I think I'm going to grab a compass so that I have more experience. And let's also this is going to sound really wasteful, but in order to get the quote-unquote true ending for this quest, I'm going to get the camera, and then my knowledge is fine as it is, so I'm going to go ahead and discard it. You sneak into the alley at the dead of the night. Gagging, you look inside the restaurant waste. It's vile pulp. A few chunks of meat look like promising samples, though. Smelly meat. Rancid meat of an unknown source. Smells horrible. Disgusting. Alright. Let's see. Investigate downtown. The moving company. It's been almost a year since a childhood friend moved away to another city. He left suddenly without even saying goodbye. In a recent letter, he apologized for the disappearance and asked you to move the furniture from his flat because he wants to sell it. In the envelope, you find a key to his apartment. Help your friend. And we get a strength check success. You find another letter behind a wardrobe. It explains that the reason your friend left was that the shadow people were stalking him. You shudder when you realize you haven't seen the moving company's truck driver's face. Alright. The smell around the restaurant is overpowering. Grease, rot, and... Is that blood you smell? It is, and you do. Dexterity is reasonable, so... Nope, still failed that one. It's finally your turn to order. 1 ramen, please. The owner's grin widens. Stone statues. I don't have any spells, so never mind. The Red Bull is pushed in your face. It's so crowded that you're forced to sit on the floor. As I mentioned last time I streamed this, I think that's actually a health hazard. Suddenly, an empty bottle breaks on the wall behind you. You cover yourself from the glass fragments and notice a masked assailant holding a baseball bat. It's still early. I think I can afford to escape. Oh, right. invisible web prevents me from escape. I have to fight. Fuck. Alright, how much damage will this do? It's gonna be a long haul. Okay, 90% chances to hit. How do I keep missing? And I've got to burn too. I receive additional combat damage. Shit. I've got another burn? Jeez. Prescription. Man. That one really fucked me up. Alright, investigate the lab. With the pulling of some delicate strings, you get the ramen into a lab. While handing over the gathered material, you hesitate. What should you send to the laboratory? Vial and the smelly meat. Lab results full. You look at the charts and cannot believe your eyes. While the standard test didn't detect anything weird, adding drops of human blood revealed something horrible. Whatever this thing is made of, it's alive, beating a soft pulse against the glass. Guys! Soylent Green is people! Your friend leaves you with the papers, muttering an excuse and preparing to flee town on the next train. Prepared for a fight, you march down to the restaurant. However, you find no eldritch horror to duel. Instead, you're shocked to find nothing but a gap in the street. You ignore the distraught customers, still lining up where they remember the entrance. Investigating the grounds, you see something glisten where the kitchen used to be. Cautiously, you look at the chunk of meat, and then jump back with a yell. As it flexes, it opens a weary eye, grins, and wanders off on stubby black claws. You walk home shaken. In your head, you hear a weird ramen breathing in its bowl. You only stop to throw up on the street. Alright. Okay. I am gonna have to gain some reason. What else is there? Deduction. Extra experience bonus for completing a mystery. Okay, that would be good. Regain 1 stamina for all past event skill checks. That could be useful right about now. But so could hot bath. Improved resting at home. I think I'll get discipline just in case. Iwa. The chef, +2 strength. He looks like the... Oh god, I just realized. Iwa is the Japanese word for rock. So now, I smell what the rock is cooking. Yes, they went there. They absolutely went there. Alright. Okay, what's the old god's effect? Winds of plague. A weird epidemic keeps the staff at the hospital busy. Skipping the line will cost you more. Treatment and surgery actions cost more. Okay. Let's recover some health. Gonna need some stamina. People? I thought this was a horror, then I realized it was a comedy. Alright. Mega Milk. Yep. Alright. Got that one done. Far Out Fable of a Fear Festival. Chilling Chronicle of a Crimson Cape. Freaky Feature of Found Footage. Vicious Verses of a Violent Vigil. Let's try... Let's try the Crimson Cape so that we can get some reinforcements. A new game is spreading among your friends. A dare to stay in the unused school restroom after classes. A dare to meet Akamanto, the Red Cloak. What was originally a harmless fun has turned deadly. The body of a boy was found last week. The school principal has banned the game, but that only made it more popular. Akamanto must be stopped before another kid is killed. One of your friends says he doesn't believe in curses, and he intends to complete the dangerous dare. Gather gossip about the current mystery. There we go. Share some creepy stories. Let's see. Ask to join you. Ask to join you. Ask. You're always such a kidder. Let's see. Observe. Okay. Let's see. Latest gossip. Oh, right. I didn't check with the gossip. Ooh, cheaper pharmacy items. That one actually might help. -1 knowledge, so... Alright, let's see. Let's try entering the schoolyard again. I guess this is the best I could do. Let's see. I don't have the funds, so I guess that's a never mind. Okay. Investigate the school. Let's see. Stumble upon the computer room. This is a good opportunity to check the school's database and look for anything that might help your investigation. Knowledge check success. You find a curious text file containing occult instructions. You delete it, preventing anyone from trying it. So, -2 doom. That was actually pretty good. It's been so hard to get any sleep lately. You reported it to your principal, who promises he will take care of it. With your friend safe for now, you should look into the legend. Maybe records in the city's library make mention of Akamanto. Out of funds. It's a bad time to be out of cash, says the grim-looking man who's standing in your way. Our company, fortunately, specializes in cases like yours and will gladly help you get back on track. After all, he takes a step closer, and you can swear there's a faint smell of rust around the man. Everyone has something to sell. Jar of blood sacrifices stamina. Fondest memory sacrifices reason. Peace of mind increases the doom meter. I'm gonna have to go with that. I have some experience. I suppose I could trade it in at the police station. Okay. Shop for items. Steak knife. And, oh, dang it. Okay. Random discount item? A bottle of milk. Use +1 stamina. Moo Moo brand. Guys, it's Moo Moo milk from Lun Lun Ranch. I do need that stamina, so... let's go ahead and equip the steak knife. All of the missing girls were apparently members of the school swimming team. Maybe someone saw the kidnapper stalking them. Checking out school's pool area would be a good idea. Suddenly, everything slows to a crawl. Time warper again. And this is the spider god, yeah? Yeah, so I can't run from this one. I have to fight him. Let's see. Okay, saving the combat sequence. How much damage will that do? 3. So, if I'm lucky, that'll be 18 the first 2 turns, and then... Key phrase, if I'm lucky. Jeez, what the heck? Broken bone and 2 burns? Right, from the rioter earlier. Man. Okay, I'm gonna have to go to the hospital now. You know what? I hate to do this, but I'm gonna have to sell my compass, sell my steak knife, and sell that empty bottle. Just so I can heal at the freaking hospital. And even then, I can only heal 1. Which sucks. One fun for that. 1 fun for that. Surgery for that. Stable condition. Okay, discard. Nothing happens. That's good. Discharge summary. 20% experience. So discard. Alright. Prescription? Nope. Looks like the broken bone I might just have to put up with. I'm gonna have to take the opportunity to recover some. I'll raise my doom meter a bit, though. One more, that ought to do it. I keep hearing a wailing sound coming from the third stall in the girls' bathroom. Alright. One of the articles mentions a young doctor who performed life-saving surgery on a victim of a brutal assault. The assault happened in a toilet stall. Maybe he still works at the hospital and can share some information? Search the cabinet. Ooh, a sewing kit for stamina. Excellent. You learn that the doctor suddenly left the hospital after the latest murder, taking all the records with him. Why would he do that? That's not the only bad news. Your friend didn't come to school today. And another body has supposedly been found. Now, this time around, we didn't get that vital piece of information that would have unlocked a true ending, so... let's see. Hearing an eerie sound coming from behind the door, you decide to check it out. At first glance, the abandoned classroom seems empty. Once your eyes get used to the darkness, you discover an unusual sigil drawn on the floor. Judging by the smoke, someone put out the candles the moment you entered. Pick up the book. You recognize the sticker on the book. It came from the local library. An occult diary. Use that for minus 3% doom. Okay. Resolve this event. Principal has ordered the school to be closed down for the investigation. She has high charisma, so call the police? The police thank you for the tip and promise to keep an eye on the house. Before you go, they give you a reward, +1 funds. Alright. Gonna have to arm myself with a steak knife again. Break the window and get inside the school unnoticed. The cursed toilet is located on the 3rd floor. Get over there. Ugh. I do not like the substitute teacher event. That is really creepy. A tall woman with an unsettling face and twitching lips stops you. I'll be your new biology teacher. Could you help me move some stuff to my new office? Decline? Suddenly, she grabs your hand. Oh, I insist. -2 reason. I can't do that, so... Luck check failure. -2 stamina. Man. The rancid smell of formalin almost makes you drop the jar. Ugh. Kind of reminds me of Momo. Kind of does, now that you mention it. Good thing I have the sewing kit. Let's use that. There's no turning back now. You step into the last stall and close the door behind you. The legend, alive. You wait in the stall, trying to be as quiet as possible. Suddenly, squish, squeak. The sound of rubber boots and an unknown liquid dripping on the tiles. Squish, squeak. You can see the top of his head. He's taller than any man you've ever seen. Squish, squeak. The door slowly opens. Prepare yourself. A masked man dressed in a red coat, clearly too tall for the ceiling, emerges from outside. Tell me. His voice sounds like a faulty radio. Would you like red paper or blue paper? Can't do that. I can afford the red paper. Tall man in a red coat takes out a butcher's knife and stabs you in the stomach. Blood splatters on the stall's wall as you rush to the door. Okay, that's the worst. You hear a click coming from the door's direction. You're locked in there with the crazy man. Okay. There we go. Saving combat sequence. This is gonna be really close. Especially now that I'm badly bleeding. This is gonna be close. How did those miss? There we go. Blood flowing from wounds in Tall Man's red coat makes it look like the man is slowly melting. You hear cackling coming from behind the mask and faint. And when you wake up, he's gone. Somehow, you know he will be back in another stall, another school, another city, continuing the horror. The mask, something he left behind. -10 doom. That actually would help. And there's still hope. -3% doom. Alright. Radio mass failure. Okay, what's the status? I'm gonna have to take the bath now. Right, I sold the empty bottle, so... Man, this run is going badly. Okay, there's... I forget if there's, like, anything else that happens when you look through the peephole. I think it's just the guy peeking at you from his apartment door or the guy staring at you from the shadows. Let's see. And nothing else stored, so... Freaky feature of a found footage. 3 students disappeared in the process of making a documentary about local folklore and legends of the nearby forest. Now, on the first anniversary of the event, a suspicious man has started asking questions. He claims to be a private investigator hired by the parents of the students. Except the parents of your friends didn't hire him. Who is he? And what did the students discover out there? Alright, before we go any further, I'm gonna rest at home to recover my health. Because, oh boy, I need it. There we go, that ought to do it. Alright, investigate the mansion location twice to complete this quest. Following a suspicious person, you enter the old rundown mansion room. Excuse me. It stinks like spoiled milk and has only 2 doors, one of which you came through. You can't see the strange man anywhere. Leave through the other door? Dexterity check, failure. Finding yourself back in the corridor, you see the man vanishing behind a corner. Unfortunately, you're too slow to catch up. Great. Reading room. Check out the table. The notes lying on the table make it look like the ramblings of a madman, but you can see the method in their madness. Okay. Legends say the witch was buried alive for kidnapping and murdering 2 children. Points you in a specific direction, potentially saving you some time. Let's investigate the school. I think I can afford to lose some stamina. Because I don't want to lose my, Doom meter higher than I already have. Uh... Let's see. Flashlight would probably help. Equip that. The notes mention a village not far from your town. You decide to take the bus. Getting closer, you can't help but notice a large number of trees have suddenly died. What happened here? Ooh. Let's see. Forgetting spells regains extra reason. Would be nice if I had a spell to forget. Outdoorsman. You know what? Let's go ahead and increase our luck. Check his wounds for clues. They didn't tear out his throat, but instead carved an occult symbol with something sharp. You try to remember their shape and escape before anyone arrives. Alright. Right. Okay, so I can still go into village. Out of funds again. Fondest memory? Alright. Investigating the woods. Try to decipher the signs. Knowledge check failed. Small cocoon. You wonder what kind of animal the spider caught in its web. You scare away the annoyed predator and rip open the cocoon to reveal a human finger. -2 reason, but I get an item. The rock ring. +1 strength, -2 max reason. Think I'm gonna... Okay, that wasn't... What? What? No. Put the crestfallen mask back in. Okay. I was not expecting that. Okay, and the bummer is I can't seem to... Okay, it specifically says which slot it equips to. Okay, so... Let's see. I guess I'll have to sell this. Suspicious group you've been following is gathered in the nearby forest. Let's see. Attempt to climb it. Strength check failure. -2 stamina. Great. Find a pile of human teeth laying on a nearby rock. Parasitic organisms burrows under the bark, undulating slowly. Cut it open? Cut the tree and quench your thirst with the dark red sap. +3 stamina. Okay, I actually needed that. The site of the ritual. Rumored witch house seems empty. In the basement, however, you find a camera pointed at the large hole in the ground. On the table next to the camera, you see 3 cassettes, each titled after one of your missing friends. Then you hear a curious sound coming from the hole. Take the cassettes and run, or peek inside. I think I'll take the cassettes and run. Not being able to deal with it, you decide to grab the tapes and run. You wander aimlessly through the woods for a few hours until you are found by a search party. You lead them to the house, but the door to the basement is missing. The case remains open. And that was ending C. Seemingly broken, but maybe you can find a way to repair them. Who could help me with that? Alright. There's something wrong with the tap water. It's black and oily and glistening. Smelling like death, you hope it's just a temporary issue. Can't regain health in between mysteries. Shit. Okay. Alright, take the key. Can't take a bath between mysteries, so gotta use bottled water. Da, da, da. Okay. Guess we just gotta power through. Oh, this is gonna especially suck because I don't think either of these I even have the chance to heal during the mysteries. So I'm kinda boned. Your aunt had sent you a letter inviting you for a curious-sounding festival. It's held every 27 years in a small village. You don't like the sound of it, but your parents both agree. You need a break from all the stress. Inside the letter, there's a bus ticket. What's the worst thing that could happen? You ask yourself as you board the bus. That is like the most cursed thing you could ever do, right next to getting on an airplane with a member of the Joestar family. Yeah, 74% doom, I notice. Okay. Just when you thought your stomach couldn't handle it anymore, the janky old bus stops at its destination. You get up and take a deep breath before looking around. It's a small village, and the nearby fields are surrounded by a thick forest. Is someone waiting for you? A fat man wearing dusty overalls approaches you. It's the inn owner, who promised to pick you up. Following close behind him, your eyes are drawn to his hands, which are so deformed they resemble claws more than hands. We're gonna die on this quest again, aren't we? I wouldn't be surprised. Okay. Check out the inn, your room, free action. Okay. Let's see. Relax a bit. Okay, you patch up your wounds and enjoy the event. Enjoy the nature. Okay. Explore the weird village. An old man stops you and invites you into his house. You follow reluctantly, only to be amazed by the number of dusty old sorcery books inside. I can teach you a thing or two about magic, he says. Don't worry about payment. I'm sure we'll work it out in the future. I have a feeling he's going to learn me a spell. Watch this be that one scene from Samurai Jack. There's no magic, is there? Luck check success? Among the nonsense stories the man told you, you've caught one thing that could be the truth. Seal of Savesh. Costs 4 reason, which I don't think would be a good idea right now. That would increase my strength, but I don't think I need it. I need the reason more. Explore the weird village. Lavish dinner. Ooh. I'm gonna take the wine. Today's goal, learn more about the festival itself. A weird sound wakes you up. You step closer to the window and look out. You can't see anything and get ready to go back to bed when suddenly the moon comes from behind the thick clouds. 3 hooded figures are standing at the forest's edge. One by one, they light their torches and disappear behind the trees. What was that about? Who are they? They all wore strange masks. Should you follow them into the forest or try to find more information about the festival? Free action. Onsen sounds good. Hot spring feels great. Finally, you can relax for a bit and enjoy the warm water. Let's use the wine bottle to increase our reason. I think we'll get a hangover status. -1 to all stats until the end of the current mystery. Yeah. Maybe that was a bad idea. Following the ghastly music, you find yourself in a forest. The sound is getting closer. Yee! Okay. Let's see. And it's a spider god, so I can't run, so we're probably gonna die here at this rate. Okay, yeah, I could do that. And that's -2 stamina, so... There we go. Something is watching you from behind the trees. Perception check. Failure, -2 reason. Great. Going back to the inn, you overhear 2 masked villagers. They're talking about something awakening up at the next dawn. You wonder what's up with that. You decide to block entrance to your room with a nightstand. Festival is ending tomorrow, and you can't be too careful. Villagers seem to follow your every step here. Okay, Okay, man. Yeah, we're gonna die. If not from the doom meter filling up, then from this badly bleeding status. You discover an old campsite located on the edge of a small clearing. The tent has been knocked down and the food and utensils have been scattered everywhere. Search the tent? Sleeping bag has been torn to shreds. The amount of gore inside leaves no doubt about what happened to the owner. Great. Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Is that blood? Where is everybody? Trail of blood and sickly smelling sludge leads to an outskirt of the village. Somewhere in the dark forest, there's an answer waiting for you. Explore the forest. Resting place. It said that a famous priest died on this rock. Perhaps his mysticism has seeped into it? Tap into his power? Nope. Explore forest. Use your flashlight. The flashlight's beam reveals additional symbols hidden in the shadows. They help you interpret the spell instruction drawn on the cave's wall. Absorb. That might actually help. Okay. Enter Overgrown Factory. Alright, I think this doesn't advance at all until I click, so... With a loud bang, the ancient horror disappears, and the high priest falls to the floor, grabbing their shoulder. Last thing you see before blacking out are the beams of flashlights, and a hand of a police officer saving you from fall. Later that day, detectives interrogating you are confused when you tell them about the ritual, blood, and eldritch being. The village is abandoned, with no trace of blood anywhere. You were the only one seeing the ancient horror. I could use a level up. CQC training. Using firearms as melee weapons deals more damage. Completing mystery grants a random spell. Faster combat actions for each ally you have. Fame might actually help me out here. And let's regain that stamina. Store closed. Friendly dog disappeared last night. You'll have to find a new place to buy equipment. Man. The contaminated water one is the worst. So somehow we did not die on that quest. Let's see. I guess we got to go on that last mystery. Vicious Verses of a Violent Vigil. If we're going to die on any of them, it's going to be either this one or it's going to be starting on the lighthouse. You've received an official-looking letter. What does the law firm from Tokyo want from you? We regret to inform you of the passing of our client and your grand uncle. His funeral will be preceded by an overnight vigil as per the client's request. There's an address and the list of people expected to arrive. You don't recognize any of the names. Intrigued, you decide to check it out yourself. What's the worst thing that could happen? Alright. Following the directions from the letter, you slowly fight your way through the overgrown forest path. The old mansion looks like it was torn down and rebuilt many times, but where is everybody? Suddenly a wall in front of you withers and falls apart, revealing a hole-ridden monstrosity. Yeah. And that one's going to be attacking our reason. Shit. Oop. Okay. Man. Abdominal cut. Minus 10 max stamina. Man, I'm getting fucked up. Takes you some time, but finally you manage to find someone. Is that another guest? You should ask them what's going on in here. 4 actions on the right allow you to investigate the location and interact with it. Who's that? A pair is standing next to the window. The man is muttering something to himself while his wife is observing you with her unnaturally bulgy eyes. The body is laid in the master bedroom. You should pay him your respects. Okay, let's explore the mansion a little more. Cadaver Theater. Corpses are strung up on wire like macabre marionettes with painted smiles and rosy cheeks. Minus 2 reason. This one's gonna suck. Alright, Sotomura, scarred thug. A muscular man is eyeing you as you make a step towards him. You can't help but notice the deep scar going across his cheek. This pamphlet? Take mine. I don't plan on following it anyway. Alright, so it's 10 p.m. Pray over the body. Clap, bow, clap, bow. Okay, so back into the master bedroom. Clap. Bow. Clap. Bow. And also inspect his foot. Alright, so 11 is modest supper. Let's explore the mansion some more. The tower window. The round window of the Crooked Manor Tower is calling you. You feel your strength drain away as you stare at the bright light. Fight this feeling. Charisma check, yes! Just one glimpse of the eldritch landscape is enough. You manage to cover your eyes and move to where you can't see the damned window. You feel sick, but at least you're safe, for now. Okay, check out the supper. Strength checks failed. Smell is nauseating. It almost makes you sick. That's not good. Alright, master bedroom. Explore the mansion. A pillar of doom. The whole building begins to shake as you enter the room. Suddenly a stone pillar bursts through the floor where you stood just seconds ago. Noticing the arcane symbols pointed on the stone, you take a step closer. Retreat from the room? You leave the strange room as the stone slowly disappears underground. Minus one reason. Oh man, that is creepy. It seems that someone has already removed all the furniture from this room. The overgrown plant is casting an unsettling shadow. You shudder instantly, recognizing the room from a newspaper photo. 3 years ago, a man hanged himself here. Why is a vigil held in a place like this? Eyeing you as you take a step towards him, you can't... Yeah, nervously scratches a scar. The body. It's missing. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to forget that spell, and that's probably gonna bite me in the ass. Man, all these injuries. Where is everybody? Oh, Yasugi! Yasugi-san! You manage to find one of the guests. They are shaken but otherwise safe. You both decide to get the hell out of this place, but the door is gone. Okay. Check the wardrobe. Items added to the storage. So, I think I'll go ahead and store the forest tapes and the prescription. Okay. And I can't access my storage right now. Great. Okay. Yeah. This run's boned. Even if I complete this. Ooh, actually. If I burn this. Hearing a shuffling sound coming from behind a wardrobe, you decide to push it out of the way. Yada yada. The freaking patron dolls. Puppet matron again. I'm gonna have to meditate. Attack. Okay, okay, yeah. There we go. You stumble upon Satomura, furiously scratching his scar. With each motion, he gets a little deeper. With each motion, more blood appears. With each motion, he takes a step towards you. Yep, we're fucked. Yep. I'm dead. There's no two ways about it. I can't even escape because the freaking spider god. Let's see. Maybe if I dodge. Okay, attack. Dodge. Let's see. Okay, this is gonna be a dumb idea. Sending him against the enemy. Sending her against the enemy. Desperate struggle. Oh, wait, nope, I can do that. Desperate struggle. And then boom, boom, boom. So if this is done right... Oh, yeah, I'm totally going to survive this. Okay, as the vigil is nearing its end, the whole mansion shakes more and more until the wall starts to collapse, revealing the shocking truth about your whereabouts. Whew. Walls of the corridor collapse, revealing an alien landscape. You can taste blood in your mouth as the slimy appendages slowly get closer. I don't think there's anything else to do except... Yeah, we can't even explore the mansion, so... An unseen force leads your hands. You reach for a knife and stab a surprised guest. Conclude the ritual. Death cheated. The price is paid. A voice booms in your head as everything gets dark. When you wake up, you find yourself lying on the wet grass. The old mansion nowhere to be seen. Standing next to you is a naked, bloated old man. You recognize the tattoo on the man's toe. It's your deceased granduncle. With a coarse voice, he explains the ritual. You try to keep up with him, but you're weak and your head spins. The death toll must remain the same. 2 die, and 2 survive. You feel like vomiting as the old man who has cheated death disappears behind trees. Everything gets dark. Silver is just going to come in clutch it till the end, isn't he? Well, that depends on the last challenge. The man who you thought was your uncle has cheated death, making you an accessory to murders. You know police officers won't believe you when you tell them the truth, and do your best to forget the nightmares you left behind. Oh, that doesn't look foreboding at all. Roads leading out of town are closed by the police. You'll have to find a new way out. Alright, going to the home. Got the last key. Can't take a bath. Ah, man. Okay. Things aren't looking too good. I don't think there are any battles that happen in the lighthouse. I think it's just 5 challenges that you have to pass through. Let's get the art knowledge and let's recover our reason. For the items. Yeah, let's... Can't see anything. Okay. I guess now's the time to try to head for the lighthouse. The ominous lighthouse has been closed down for longer than you can remember. Multiple padlocks prevent you from entering the building. You need 5 keys. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Enter the lighthouse. You finally made it inside the cursed lighthouse. Your gut is telling you 2 things. That whoever or whatever is behind the weird events must be on the highest floor of this place, and that you should run as far as you can. You're afraid there won't be a way back once you start climbing these stairs. Excess storage. Ooh, meat cleaver. I could probably use that. Let's see. Just in case I happen to be wrong about there not being any battles here in the lighthouse. Let's see. Actually. Okay, back. Spider legs coming out of that hole. Yep. And we've also got a lot of webs. Well, here goes. Gonna have to start climbing. Really heavily injured right now. And Katakatarasu is almost here. You were stopped by a girl wearing a dirty black school uniform. I'm sorry, I can't let you go any further, she says, reaching for her bag. It's too late anyway. You instinctively take a step back when you notice a knife in her hand. You have to think fast. Try to reason with her. Still not enough charisma. Try to talk her into allowing you to pass, but suddenly she raises the knife and slices across her own throat, nearly decapitating herself. You carefully step over her body. Following the winding staircase, you were stopped. Wait a minute. Someone has been taking your photos. They focused on the enemies you fought with. There's something wrong, but you can't precisely say what. Select the enemy you fought as the second one. I want to say that was the Time Warper? Actually, wait, no. Was it the Time Warper or the Rioter? Shoot. I always forget about this challenge. Let's see. Time Warper was second, I think, because you had burns during it, I'm sure. That's right! So, Time Warper was the correct answer, yes. You rip the photo. Underneath it is a tiny button. You press it, and with a buzz, the gate opens. Okay, 3 more floors, I think. Select the title of the mystery you investigated as the second one. The first one was the one about the fungus. I think the second one was... Was it the ramen or the found footage? I'm cutting it real close. The ramen one had the rioter and the time warper, right? I think the rioter and the time warper were just general encounters. I think the... Crimson Cape was the 3rd. Fear Festival was the 4th. No, wait, no. I think it was the ramen. Nope, it was the wrong answer. Plus 5% doom. Great. Trial of Blood, electricity. Ooh. Following the winding staircase, you were stopped by a metal gate. Tiny page nailed to the gate explains that opening the gate will require you to grab 2 metal rods. Using your own body as a natural conductor, you will power up the gate. If I remember right... If I remember right, this is a strength check. If I fail it, I lose stamina. Knowledge. Oh. That's weird. Ah, damn it. Just shy. Following the winding staircase, you were stopped by darkness. A thick black cloud is obscuring your vision, and you could swear something is waiting you outside of it. Because of that stupid badly bleeding status. So either way, I was boned. You know what? Screw it. At least we managed to avoid the bad ending. Yeah, where everybody gets eaten by giant spiders. I think I'm gonna try one more run. It hurts that I was so damn close. Just a couple of good luck checks. Just a couple of good checks, and I would have been home free. Alright. Let's do quick play. Alright, who do we got this time? Itotu again. Alexandria, 48 BC. The supposed cause of destruction of the Library of Alexandria, the perfect black marble statue, has been recently rediscovered and is currently waiting in the museum of our town for its premiere. And both you and enemies deal extra damage. Oh, come on. And I've got the medical history backstory again. I think that was what fucked me up last time. Let's see. Discharge summary. Discard that for 20 experience. Alright. Let's get a little extra experience right off the bat. This time I'm keeping the bandages. Alright, let's see. Which ones have we got this time? The Morbid Mermaids. Beckoning Bulletin. Alarming account of abnormal arms. Bizarre brood of a blood-curdling botanist. That's the other one. That's the run killer one. And school scissors again. To be fair, this game is in early act. It's pretty common. I think it's even in like the menu where you decide how long your playthrough is, where if you just want to do a quick play, you can just, you know, do the school scissors one. I suppose I could try and get one of the other endings. I'm missing ending B and ending D. Alright. Let's try this again. Check the school lockers. Getting a wooden bat. They must have been real proud of that mission then. I mean, it's relatively simple and easy to get into compared to the other mission, so yeah. Can't really blame them for that. Need a tiny key for that one. Rocka laka rocka laka rocka laka. Maybe one of the endings is to perform the ritual as soon as possible. It's not ready. Okay. The idea was there. Okay, Friend's Diary. Downward triangle and squiggly. Punch! Punch! Alright, let's see. Explore the school. Bad feeling, location's threat level increases. Okay, nothing new in the lockers. Substitute teacher. Let's try helping her. Failed the luck check. Peek outside.
Hey! You drop a pencil?
Ooh. And this one's the dexterity check, yeah? Let's see. Instead of a clear blue sky, you see a bloated corpse of a long-forgotten deity looming over the school's roof. The barrier between worlds is coming apart. You must hurry or risk being noticed by whatever other eldritch horrors still lurk here. Try to sneak. Success! Okay. Found the blessed chalk, so we gotta draw the sigil. Okay.
I got a free bag of chips from the vending machine. You want? Slam.
Okay, it should be correct now, so let's go ahead and find those holy candles. Check out the masks. A ritual mask. Small chance of ignoring reason loss in combat. I could definitely use that. Let's go ahead and equip that. art class. Take a peek horrified. Alright. Time for the scissor woman.
Am I beautiful?
Alright, let's see. Dodge. And attack. Let's save. Okay, this is working. Oof. I got the slit mouth. That's not good. Shoot. There we go. Ancient horror lies dead, yada yada yada. We got this ending already. Okay. Winds of Plague. Come on, let me use the damn thing. Alright. What's the, -1 charisma, -1 strength. Oh, right. Bandage this wound. There's it. Okay. So, I've actually recovered from that. That's not too bad. Do I have... I do not have an empty bottle. I do need some stamina, so let's do some hot water. Let's see. Casual shirt, Teen Witch, Wiz 86. Found some money. Yeah. Let's see. Can't see anything. Alright, blood-curdling botanist. Alarming account of abnormal arms. I remember when it started. The woman next door was strangled to death in her bed, with no sign of forced entry. The killer was never found, and the apartment remained vacant. Let's see. The door to her apartment was closed, and she lived alone. What other ways in are there? Maybe you can get the apartment plan to compare with other flats? I have some funds. Let's go ahead and shop for items. Let's have a compass. Map for future reference. Okay. Let's go ahead and investigate. Okay, and we gained a level, so... Second sight. Additional damage against ghosts and eldritch enemies. +1 knowledge. Ooh. And let's gain back our stamina. Okay. Apartment is on the 3rd floor. There's no way somebody used the window to escape the murder scene. Kind donation. You find an envelope lying on a pillow in your bedroom. Inside is cash and a note from someone who has been watching you. They wish you luck in your task and some promise to meet you soon. Just how did this envelope end up in your bedroom? +2 funds, -1 reason. Eh. Maybe another trip to the shop? Energy drink for dexterity. And I think I can get one more item here. Or just more energy drinks. Okay. Alright. Investigate apartments. Let's see. Cold bath. Strength check failure. -2 stamina. Yeah, because a hot bath, I think, increases the doom meter. Mr. O, your neighbor, is a horror manga artist. He's struggling to come up with a satisfying ending for his newest story. What's that picture? You catch a glimpse of the painted thing. Suddenly you feel very weak and excuse yourself to leave. Something truly evil has you in its grasp. One neighbor is complaining about her underwear missing. Curse branded. Chance of raising doom each investigation. Great. Let's see. You hear rustling on the other side of your apartment door. Someone is trying to get in. I got the wooden bat from before, yes? Okay. -3 stamina. Oh, come on. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna have to pray a bit. Yep, nope. Pray. And then I get a proper baseball bat. Not enough room added to storage. I'm gonna have to rest. Okay, that'll have to do. Vending machine. Get the cheapest one. Injury. Okay. Wow. I'm just having shit luck with these injuries. Branded, concussion, and a broken bone. Man. Every room is connected by vents coming from the unused boiler room. Could it be? You enter the dark boiler room and trip over the pipe. Cursing, you find a light switch and gasp in horror. It's not a pipe at all. It's a long, rubbery arm coiling around the room and ending in a ventilation shaft. Coming closer, you can smell something vile and rotten. We're looking into the vent, and you almost fall to the ground when you see the wide-open stare of the dead pervert, his elongated limbs stretching and disappearing in the vent's darkness. Just a second. Sorry for the interruption. That's just my brother warning me that we still have some pumpkin pie left over from Thanksgiving. Alright, continue. After the police have arrived, the whole building was searched. Following the arms, the detectives find the body of a man stuck in the ventilation shaft. Later, he is identified as the building caretaker. In his closet, police find pieces of underwear and voyeur photos of the tenants. You are questioned thoroughly and eventually released as the murder case is being covered up as a case of an unfortunate gas leak. God damn it, what is with the contaminated water? I hate that status effect. Okay. I'm a little concerned about this. I forget how many times something truly evil encounters you get until they actually show up. Yeah, sure enough. Man, this game really doesn't want to let you win. No store, no baths. Yeah, no, this game is rude. Grow teeth. Adds a new combat action, bite, until the end of this mystery. Cost 2 stamina. Huh. Interesting. Alright, what's the status of our injuries? -1 strength, -1 dexterity. Chance of raising doom each investigation. We had one other injury, I think, and it was just, does she not already have teeth, or are they extra teeth? I think they mean you're growing different teeth, like teeth that actually allows you to properly bite. Kind of like an animal bite. Alright, let's try this one. The bloody brief of a beckoning bulletin. As the decades roll on, technology has only developed further. These days, computer bulletin board software allows computers to communicate over phone lines. All it takes is a computer and a modem, and anybody can connect to a bulletin system, or even host one of their own. Once you connect, you can read all of the messages on that bulletin, and even post your own to start a conversation. Many use them to share files or to chat about their favorite topics, everything from video games to sports to idol culture. But in the wake of a sudden string of weird suicides, things aren't all fun and games. Rumors have surfaced that the deaths are linked to a bulletin system operated from somewhere within Shiokawa. What is behind the suicides? How could so many people all be driven to take their own lives? So investigate the forest location twice. Let's see. I have the map, so I think I'll go ahead and equip that. I have a feeling I'm going to need the energy drinks. Boost my dexterity. Let's go ahead and travel to the forest. The investigation is taking a toll on you. You start to miss the most obvious leads, plus 4% doom. Trees overhead block the sunlight, and you begin to feel gloomy, -2 reason. After searching deep in the woods for some time, you discover the body of a young student clutching a note. I write this for everyone wanting to stay behind. The sacrifice is worth it. Life's meaning comes from our relationships. Share death and that connection will outlast you. There won't be anything left but us. Everyone here is waiting for you. So if you lose your resolve, listen to the voice of humanity. Alright. Even if the rumored bulletin system's phone number is found, there's no hope to investigate without a computer that can connect to it. Maybe the school library has one that'll work? You stumble upon the computer room. This is a good opportunity to check the school's database to look for anything that might help in your investigation. I've got pretty high knowledge, so... Yep, -2 doom. Yay! Downtown? I've got pretty high perception, so... Okay, my luck's starting to turn around. You lug the cardboard box full of PC parts up your apartment stairs, teeth clenched as you heave it up one step at a time. Goddamn, our computer's heavy. Oh no. While examining the ransacked room of your recently deceased friend, you discover a half-finished painting of a face hidden in shadow. Something truly evil is getting closer. You wipe the sweat from your brow as you finally finish setting up the computer in your bedroom. After a few tests, you're now certain that everything is functional. The newscaster on the TV says that the suicide rate is still climbing. Worse, the morbid trend is beginning to catch on in other nearby towns. You need to act quickly. Not wanting to wait for an elevator, you decide to take the rarely used stairs. You suddenly trip, but grab the railing at the last second. When you get up to inspect what caused you to trip, you freeze in terror. It is slowly standing up. Ooh. Right. I've got the wooden bat, so... Spiritual actions. Okay, losing some reason, but there we go. Okay. +1 dexterity. Self-therapy. Forgetting extra spells regains extra... Forgetting spells regains extra reason. Leadership is charisma. Maybe I need some... strength stats. Actually, let's just get back some reason. Alright, let's see. Hoping to find a lead, you head to the hospital. With how many deaths there have been, the hospital is in chaos. The staff looks exhausted. When the receptionist lets her head down onto the desk for a minute, you slip out of the waiting room and into hospital corridors. When the patient came home one morning covered in scars and babbling about aliens, the police had them committed. They're mumbling something quietly as you pass by. Don't have paranoia status, so talk to them. Charisma check. You immediately understand that the only difference between you and the crazy person is that you haven't been caught yet. You convince them to sneak out and join you on your quest. Yoichi. Double available funds. Ooh, so... So if I get some money... Let's see. You overhear two nurses talking about a girl whose suicide attempt failed. Apparently she's recovering at her grandparents' home at the village in the city outskirts. You exit the hospital and make your way to the nearest bus stop. Let's see... switch out the map for the compass again. I just realized I had the salt. I could have saved myself some reason. Exhausted. The investigation is starting to take a toll on your health. You feel like you're about to fall asleep standing up. How do you address your weakened state? I think I'll take a nap. The world may be falling apart, but you really needed that. +1 stamina, +1 reason, +2 doom. Okay, switching to the map. Alright. No one answers when you knock at Professor Takeuchi's door. This is odd since he's normally punctual about his appointments. The smell of blood tells you that something's wrong, and you quickly open the door and make your way inside. There's no sign of the professor, but the quantity of blood everywhere leaves little doubt as to what happened. But how and why? Search the room for clues. Failed a knowledge check. Which shouldn't have been possible given I have 8 knowledge. And now I've got freaking fractured ribs. Great. -1 dexterity. You search the room but can't find anything. The sound of police sirens forces you to jump through a broken window and you're injured. Great. Man. %50 doom isn't too bad because you lower it every time you finish an investigation, but since the bats are gone, you need all the stamina and reason you can get. Yep. So I'm going to have to do my resting during solving the mysteries. And let's see. Ooh. I'll take the steak. Let's see. The recovering girl is more than happy to not only confirm the bulletin's existence, but to give you its number. You have to do what it tells you. Trust me, you won't regret a thing. She beams at you as her grandmother struggles to make her swallow the pain medication. I'll be back to join you all soon. Wait for me, okay? Disquieted, you give the grandparents your phone number and hastily leave. Welcome to the rice field. As you walk through the village, crops waver in the breeze, following your every movement. -2 reason. Motherfucker. I almost said it. I almost said it myself. And then... As soon as you arrive home, you dial the number and put the handset onto the modem. Filthy Frank appears out of nowhere. Your heart pounds as the computer fans exhale. The system hums. You hear a brief dial tone. And then it finally connects. Welcome home. Do you like it? I'm glad. Take your phone off the modem and put it to your ear. Remember the note? You recall the note you found. Could this be the voice of humanity you read about? Bracing yourself, you slowly put the phone to your ear. You don't hear words or voice. You soon understand they don't need those. It's difficult, but you manage to keep track of which thoughts are yours and which are theirs. Everyone is here now. We've escaped everything that held us back in life. We don't have any more burdens. You can escape with us. This is the purest form of existence. A paradise of connection. Everyone deserves that. We will bring all humanity together. You need to think carefully about how to respond. Can't save everyone. You explain the imminent arrival of the old god. With its limitations, the Bulletin could never hope to gather humanity in time. Not to mention how many people are unable to access a computer. As it is, convincing all of humanity to die is impossible. Oh, then we'll have to wait. It's disappointing, but that's all right. When computers advance and everyone can be connected, we'll come back for you. It's a promise, okay? The noise on the other end of the line suddenly cuts out completely. Still reeling from the mental assault, you find yourself staggering toward the futon. You collapse onto it and sleep soon takes you. You're awakened by the sound of the phone ringing. After what just happened, you hesitate to answer. You warily grab the handset. When you put the phone to your ear, you hear the trembling voice of the girl you met in the village.
I can't thank you enough. It was in my head, and I nearly...
She bursts into tears, thanking you over and over. You smile, relieved. You later learn that the suicides have come to a sudden and complete halt. But even still, its promise lingers in your mind. How long do you have until it comes back for you? You smother the thought. For now, it's finished. Alright, new effect. Road's closed. Alright, third key. There's that creepy guy. Alright, let's see. We were shocked after what she did. Her voice was always so calm.
You got any tea?
Not enough room added to the storage. What did I get? I am curious. What did I get? Okay. Putting that in storage. Library notes. Ooh. Gain a random spell, but lose 2 reason. Let's see. I've got the grow teeth spell. Maybe if I used it, I got absorb. Deals 2 damage, gain 2 stamina, but costs 4 reason. Alright, let's see. 2 mysteries left. I think I've got enough stamina. And I've got the long pig steak. Let's go with this one, the run killer. Your neighbor asked you to help, her husband Shiro-san has gone missing, yada yada yada. Are we going to raid John at this rate? We'll see how long this takes. Let's see. You've got a business card of a gardening company where the missing man was working. Maybe some of his colleagues could tell you something useful. Let's start with investigating the school location. Some peace of mind. We got some funds. Okay. And how about we let Yoichi go so that we can double those funds? Suddenly, everything slows to a crawl. Time Warper. Let's see. I've still got the wooden bat. Three all. That would be a problem. Actually, I may regret this, but grow teeth. Okay, that and that. Save that, and okay. That actually helped out. I'm gonna have to rest at home. Bandage the fresh wounds. You phone your best friend to talk about unrelated stuff. Wait, what's that? Something evil knows where you live. Man. That's definitely not gonna be good. Okay, oh. Okay, this one again. Lucky earrings. Let's go ahead and... Okay, that looks different than it should. Got the hunger status. -1 charisma. Oh, man. We've got the fun shop for items. Shoot. Actually, gonna have to heal some injuries because, jeez. Okay, let's see. There's that. Fix the broken bone, at least. Treatment for that. Okay, so... discard that. That means I gotta level up. Ain't no treatment for hunger a doc can give you, though. Yeah. Let's go ahead and increase our strength. What? Okay. Don't know what that was about. Discharge summary for that. Okay, investigating downtown. Yatsakamura. It's getting dark as you arrive at the cemetery, and shadows move in fantastic and unaccountable ways between the tombstones. Finding the right grave may prove to be a challenge, especially when you feel someone's gaze on your back. Continue looking? Of course, I failed the perception check, even though I've got perception of 7. This is where... Okay, I have the map equipped, so... consult with the map. After studying the map, you finally locate a safe path used by locals. Okay. Oh. In the distance, the bell tolls and everything gets dark. Your demise is here. Yay! Okay. Shoot. Is there any... I can't run from this encounter. Okay. Shoot. How? Oh, that's just creepy. All the items are renamed to found you. Look for an improvised weapon? Actually, wait, no. Let's see. What's really eerie is that there's no music at all. Dodge. And... And it's -3 all, so this is obviously really freaking powerful. I have a really dumb idea. Nope. I thought I would still survive if the battle was still going, but nope. So the idea I had was... Yeah, I think I overstepped it. But the idea I had was that I would use Absorb to sacrifice Reason and gain health. And then I would use Meditate to sacrifice my stamina to gain Reason. And then I would repeat the cycle until I would defeat it. But, yeah. Okay, well, now that it's after the fact, let me just check. How do I defeat something truly evil? Because that's going to bug me now. Okay, World of horror. Something truly evil. Because from what I understand, something truly evil is basically you're boned. It's basically like the Reaper in the Persona games. A super powerful enemy that's almost impossible to kill, even at the highest levels. The one I got was -3 all. Oh, wait. Is it because of Itotu's effect, which was extra damage? Alright, let's see. There is no fixed location where something truly evil can be seen, and it can be encountered in any location. However, it will only be able to engage in combat with the player once the attraction counter reaches 4 over the course of multiple events. The following events can trigger or increase the attraction indicator for the entity, yada yada yada. Abandon your strength and sanity, suffer for it, cry for it. You may only hope something truly evil can be sated before you die for it. So I literally had to give up a bunch of stamina or reason and hope that I just survive the whole encounter. Let's see. From the indicator value of 3 and onwards, whenever the player investigates an area, the player's character walking sprite in the transition screen will be replaced with a sprite depicting something truly evil. During battle, calendar features the words "found you" instead of the year. This is sometimes present in any or all names of items in the player's inventory. Taking a look at your items or spells in a fight against it will feature the image of something truly evil's decapitated head staring at you instead of the correct item image. Yeah, I had that. Some interference icons in combat will feature something truly evil's face, both in actions exclusive to the battle or otherwise. Visual glitches will randomly appear across the game screen while in combat with something truly evil. Let's see. Can receive throwing damage and magical damage. However, managing to quote-unquote kill something truly evil by reducing its health to 0 will not reset its attraction to the player. Oh, great. Man. So I just really had shit luck that run. Apparently you win by letting it beat the shit out of you until it gets bored. That's what I mean. Basically just giving it stamina or reason and hoping that you're still alive by the time it's decided it's done with you. Okay, I'm determined now. One more run. The spider again. And what is with the frigging... What is with the freaking medical history background? Okay. Experience boost. Discard that. Get some experience to start with, keeping the bandage. An empty bottle. That'll help. Looking good. Okay. Huh. Vanity jacket. That looks pretty good. Unwinnable fight, you say, fires up the cheat engine. Alright. Morbid Mermaids. Rancid Ramen. School Scissors. Beckoning Bulletin again. Found footage. We don't have the botanist this time. We don't have the fungus. The fungus is not among us. Alright. Freaky feature of the found footage, yada yada. Alright. Investigate the mansion location twice to complete this quest. Alright, a cold trail. Search the room. An energy drink. Nice. There's nothing really important here, but you think you might be able to use the one item you do find. Cursed Grimoire. It's early on, but let's burn it. Points you in a specific direction, potentially saving you some time. Maybe some reinforcement. I keep hearing wailing sound coming from the third stall in the girls' bathroom. Did you hear? There's a cliff nearby with strangely shaped holes. You always were such a kidder. Have you heard about this computer program that yada yada yada? Alright. Let's investigate the school. You enter the school bathroom to wash your face with cold water. The sudden noise behind you stops you in your tracks. One of the stall doors has opened on its own. Close the door. You walk to the door, try to close it, but something is blocking it. When you look up, you see a ghostly pale hand holding the door. Crap, I should have left when I got the chance. You back off from the toilet as the door slowly opens. A girl in a tattered uniform is standing there. Her head twists unnaturally as she makes a roaring, rattling noise. The door behind you slams shut. Yee. Let's see. Sever kick. Gonna have to. Ooh. Corpse dust. What's that do? -2 luck, but plus 20 experience. You know what? I could use a quick experience. Okay. Getting closer, you can't help but notice a large number of trees, yada yada yada. Alright. Experts are baffled by the sudden appearance of 20 stone statues lined up in a row in the middle of the Ooh Park. Cast one spell without paying anything. I don't have any spells. Yeah. Hate when that happens. Those statues always show up when I don't have any spells. Everyone in the village is unsettlingly friendly. An old farmer points you to an old stone. The missing group supposedly started their forest trip there. I have some funds. Let's get some items. I have a feeling I could use a flashlight. And, I missed my chance on the camera. Great. Steak knife. Okay, let's equip this. Get the steak knife out. Equip that. And I still have one fund. I could rely on bullshit jutsu to get a discounted item. And hope it's a map. Blue gem. Blue gem feels cold in your hand. It vibrates slightly in your hand. Interesting. Alright. Hilltop Shrine. The trail to an abandoned Shinto shrine is overgrown and steep. However, it would be an important place to investigate. Let's play it safe and take the safe route. Costs you time, but you get to the top without incident. Burnt out candle wax and dried blood around the shrine mean a new sinister cult has claimed this location. Alright. Let's go for some dexterity checks. Search the tent. Luck check failure. There we go. Site of the ritual. Peek inside. You kneel down and lean forward to see what's inside the hole. It takes a while to process what you are looking at. It's a gigantic eye staring right at you. Hypnotized, you continue to lean in, feeling weaker and weaker as the gargantuan beast lures you in. At the very last moment, the suspicious tall man grabs you by the collar. He explains he is part of a cult protecting the house and the mysterious entity below it. You've got a bigger purpose than to die here, he says before knocking you out. You wake up a few hours later on a bus heading back to your town. Alright. Shoot. Actually, hold on. Dang it. Once I've done that. Okay. I guess I'll have to at least, bring back my luck stat. Okay, no radio signal, so I can still heal at home. That's good. Alright, there's that. Let's see. I'm still in pretty good condition, so let's get some experience. Yeah, there's that creepy guy standing in the shadows again. Alright. Rancid ramen. Discard 2 items to complete this quest. Let's see. Creepy tea guy. Let's see what we can do. Okay, investigate the apartments. -1 reason, but I got 2 funds. That's nice. Shop for items? Here we go. Equip. Living in an entire apartment complex and no one wants to share their tea. That is a world of horror. Okay. Investigate apartments. Call the police. That's +3 doom. Excuse me, do you have a moment to talk about our real Lord and Savior? The day of reckoning is coming, says the voice on the other side of the line. You definitely don't like the way the man on the other side of the line puts an accent on real. Hello? Are you still there? You know what? Let's hear him out. You learned some useful bits of information about your nemesis. However, if everything the man said was the truth, humanity is doomed. Let's see, against the spider god. That took away some reason, but also lowered the doom a fair bit. Alright, Metro Ride. Of course it's a spider again. Yeah, spiders seem to appear when you least want them. I myself am not arachnophobic, but my Silver Shinobi character is. You want to hear about our Lord and Savior? Great, but before we do that, first we need to talk about your car's extended warranty. That's how they get you. Luck check failed. Ghoul. Eey. I've got the steak knife, so... There we go. I got my phone call about my energy bill being high for my one-bedroom family house. Probably because winter's coming. It's probably just one of those seasonal advertisement things. I could use a bottle of water right now. Ooh, do I want to trade out my steak knife for a gun? Yeah, I ran out of ammo last time. Yeah, I did. And I wasn't paying attention to that, so I'll probably play it safe and not need the ammo in the first place. Ugh, gruesome altar. Seeing two chopped off heads, you can't help but wonder who's been preparing your food for the last week. Call the police? Failed a charisma check. There was something in your version of the events that didn't add up. You've been detained, but due to lack of evidence, the police let you go after 48 hours. Alright, just the vial. A week later, police at an official stand where the ramen restaurant used to be. Nothing remains but a gap in the street and aimless, confused customers. You'd like to believe that was the end of it, but snippets in newspapers from other cities unsettle you. Brief articles about an exciting new ramen restaurant opening and its mysterious owner keep showing up. You can no longer eat noodles without feeling ill. Yeah, what did it for me was watching an episode of those, you know, predator hunting prey, but it's all insects. Something about a mantis killing an owl caterpillar. Or an owl moth caterpillar, and it just tore it open. It was disgusting. Arcane Storm. Local scientists are baffled. An unprecedented aurora-like event has bathed the entire town in an unnatural green glow. Reason cost of all spells is increased by 1. Well, good thing I don't have any spells yet. What is the deal with this one mailbox? Number 25 by the look of it. Alright. I can take the opportunity to get some experience and get new level. Faster offensive actions. Improved resting. I think I'll go ahead and improve my knowledge stat. Okay. Let's see. So, outdoorsman, fast swimmer. Vibrates slightly in your hand. Let's see. Okay, so that's 2 down, only 25 doom. Not doing too bad. School scissors. It's a quick one. Let's see. Alright, why is it suddenly so dark outside? Run from the window. Yay! Dexterity check. Faint whispers coming from the smog itself will haunt you for weeks. Okay. Let's check storage. Let's go ahead and put the blue gem in there. No injuries so far, so I can keep the bandage. Let's break out the friend's diary, put away the wooden bat. Alright. Triangle and squiggly. Resist. -2 stamina. Peek outside, going through here. If I had to choose between a bat and a knife to defend myself, I'd take the bat. Purely because it's, longer? Yes. I guess I would too, but the steak knife does more damage, I believe. Maru, marked by the scissor lady. Eee. Oh, right, because I picked fast swimmer. That's actually going to help. Look at how many attacks I can do. One of the Kuchisake Ona's victims, I assume? Yep. Alright, found the blessed chalk. Let's see, it was that. Let's see. Nope, that's not it. There we go. I think that's it. Yep. Just need the candles now. Hearing footsteps behind you, you realize you are not the only student here. A girl wearing a demon's mask starts giggling as she gets closer. Young witch. we go. Another steak knife. Let's put that... Let's sell that, actually. I could use the funds. Explore the school some more. Dead man's float. Turn on the lights. Luckily for you, no horrors lurk in the water. Okay, perform the ritual. Continue. Alright, we did it right. Tear her up. Let's see. No slit mouth injury yet, so if I'm lucky... There we go! Hey, Karizul. This is the World of Horror, an RPG inspired heavily by Junji Ito. Okay, the old god stirs. There's something wrong with the tap water. It's black and oily and glistening, smelling like death. You hope it's just a temporary issue. Okay, so no more healing in between quests. Alright. But on the plus side, as far as the Doom meter is concerned, we're actually doing pretty well. Our third mystery and only 26% Doom. This game loves taking your healing away from you, right? Let's see. Yeah, I can't heal from taking the bath, so I gotta do that. Let's see. This game loves taking your healing away from you. What game with health doesn't? You're not wrong. Let's see. Eldritch horror games, you won't mentally comprehend it, because Elder Gods make people go insane. This game has been especially mean about it, yeah. Yeah, the one time I won against this game, it was off-screen. And there were 2 times where I was so close. Like, I was in the final stretch, and I either ran out of stamina, ran out of reason, or ran out the Doom meter. Because the idea is this meter up top, if it reaches 100%, instant game over. I just sap your luck, I guess? No, because on screen, like, I played it a bunch, and I only won, like, once. Okay, Beckoning Bulletin or Morbid Mermaids? Or it's just streamer's luck? Probably. On a scale of Mario water levels to Dark Souls, how much does this game love to kill you? Yes. Alright, let's try the Beckoning Bulletin. Even if the rumored bullet, yada yada yada. Investigate the forest location twice to complete this quest. Roads aren't closed, so Doom is relatively low. A trapped dog. In the forest, you hear faint whimpering in the distance. When you find it, you discover a wild dog held by the hind leg in a bear trap. The dog growls menacingly when you get closer. How are my stats? Help the dog. Luck check success. You free the injured dog. Thankful the animal follows you. Higher chance of finding items after combat. Ooh. He's a puppy. On top of that, I think it's a sheep. It's got a chance for an encounter where you cannot fight. Your only option is to sit there and hope the gods don't get... hope to the gods you don't get killed before the enemy gets bored. Something truly evil indeed. Yep. You mean hoping to the very elder gods that are trying to kill you that they won't kill you? So praise the sky or kiss your bum goodbye. All right. Let's see. Investigate for us again. Petty thief. I've got a high perception stat, so 5 experience. Yay! Forest note. All right. Investigate the school. I love the little chibi sprite. Knowledge stat is reasonable. -2 doom. Nice. Ooh, okay. Well, it's the spider god, so no point in the running shoes. And I've got the contaminated water, so no point in the hot bath, so discipline's the only choice I have, really. As for the next stat to improve, let's go with knowledge. I love dogs. What was it? Just the other day, I made a delivery to the house. I got to pet a Great Dane. Wow, MSO. All right. How would? All right. Let's go ahead and I want to play a game that's like a mix of this and Emily is Away, where you're unknowingly talking to an evil entity and have to deal with other stuff and figure out if a guy who's warning you is serious or not. Ooh.
Antes ako sa mayon necessity. Okay day?
Let's see. Walking through the park, you find a little girl crying alone in the playground. When you ask what's wrong, she says that she can't find her mommy. Luckily, you spot the girl's address on a backpack lying nearby. I think I could take her home, but this... let's see. Let the police handle it. Tell the girl to wait while you look for an officer. When you get back, she's gone. Go away, Darth Binks. No. You put tiny jars into an even bigger jar, and then you shake it around. Jar Jar clinks. Let's see. This guy again. I don't... Let's see. Can't run from this encounter, so... The guy who needs a chiropractor. And one of those neck pillows. I'm losing a lot of reason. All of a sudden. I love games where the villain is actually the one who is helping you along the way. Yeah, I think Dark Deception is a good example of that. And Dark Deception is basically you're playing Pac-Man, but you're dodging monsters, and it's an FPS version, so... The original Metal Gear on the NES. I'll have to, I'll have to see if I can find a ROM so that I can actually, like, stream that sometime. Raining blood. Okay, I have the charisma, so... I really gotta stop opening my mouth. Okay. You know what? I can afford it. This is the 4th mystery that I'm doing this run. So I think I can afford to rest at home a bit. Regain some reason. I think my stamina will be maxed out. There we go. Alright. Now to go to the hospital. Putting your hand in that hole was a bad idea. Seeing the big spider escape, you hope it wasn't poisonous. Let's see. What are the town effects? Okay, I don't have winds of plague, so I can go into the office. Okay, treatment. Stable condition, discard, nothing happens. Excellent. Let's go ahead and investigate downtown. Spooter makes me not good times. Is this the perception check? Quickly find a tombstone marked with red string. Under a stone, you find a note someone left for you. Okay. Investigate the village. Our master is coming and we can all bask in its glory. A magician. Okay, he's not glitched. Ooh, +2 doom each attack. Tear him up. Tear him up, tear him down. Okay. I think my character is supposed to be like a swimming captain, but apparently she's pretty handy with a knife, too. Alright. -2 reason. Okay. Feeling hungry, you've entered a small local restaurant and ordered the daily special made with today's catch. Just where the hell did those fishermen go? I don't think I want to eat shrimp with legs still sticking out. Yeah. Swim captain, but good with a knife. She must be a blitzball player then. Oh, I hate that I get that reference. Yeah, let's see. Twice we got Spooter bit. Well, Spooter God is what we're fighting. Yeah, because it's an event exclusive to Spooter God. Alright. Let's see, yeah. Yes. Take your phone off the modem and put it to your ear. Remember the note. Alright. You can't save everyone. Okay. Alright, so that's done. +30 experience, +15 experience, so that means we get another level up. There's still hope. -3% doom. Time passes +1 day. Fetid fumes. The air feels heavy, making it hard to breathe. Your rest action is less effective. Great. Okay. We're doing pretty good this run. 4 mysteries down, and we're still only half on the Doom meter. So... when in reality that title belongs to Final Fantasy Legends on the Game Boy. That reminds me, I need to actually play that game, like, all the way through. I think I got to the second to last boss. Not actually, like, stream the game on here, but, like, playing it in my own time. I think I got to the Asura boss, which I assume is the second to last. Let's see. So, the last mystery is the macabre memoir of morbid mermaids. So we're dealing with a janitor obsessed with mermaids. I think I can afford to rest a bit, gain some reason. Okay. Investigate downtown. Ew, this guy. Screw it. Dice him up. Also, -6 stamina. Holy crap. It slices, it dices, it makes julienne fries. Okay. +1 charisma, and let's bring back some reason. There we go. I think I can afford to go to the Seaside location. Bad feeling, location's threat level increases. Out of funds again. I think I can afford to sacrifice a jar of blood. Right. Investigate the school. Check out the masks. Got a kendo helmet. Okay. Definitely want that. Small chance of ignoring stamina loss in combat. I think I'll go ahead and replace the flashlight with this. Perception will go down a bit, but hey. Let's see. With the trail growing cold, it might be time for a different approach. Could a similar case have occurred in the past? A trip to the library might be a good idea. Study issues of local newspapers. And failed the knowledge check. Great. Morbid school. This might be the run. At the rate this is going. And now I got a curse. Suicidal. Chance of losing stamina each time you lose reason. Great. Investigate downtown. Take a nap. There we go. Investigate the school. And we're going to confront that mad janitor. but not before dealing with this guy. Okay. There we go. Lucky! And we get to confront that mad janitor. Here we go. Whew. And this should do it. Mad janitor's body slumps to the floor. You pick up his axe and, using it as a crutch, you try to leave the room. Injured and weakened, you slowly lose consciousness on the school corridor. Let's go ahead and store the forest note since we don't need that anymore. Police officers find you a few hours later. No trace of the mad janitor is found, but you'll sleep a little better tonight knowing that the other students are safe. Whew. We gained another level. Yay. Okay. Quick thinking. That's the only one I can do right now. +1 dexterity. And let's regain some stamina. Store closed. The friendly dog disappeared last night. You will have to find a new place to buy equipment. Which is good that we got that last, because we're not going to need this store anymore. We've got a winning run. Alright, that is our 5th key. All the mysteries in here are solved. So now, if we head back to the town screen, we can make our way to the lighthouse. Alright. Here we go. In the hopes of defeating the spider god. Enter the lighthouse. This time we might actually win. Alright. It's gonna raise the doom level a bit, but I think I'll go ahead and rest a bit. There we go. That ought to do it. Alright. Checking the storage. Steak knife's been doing me well. And I'm going to keep the bandage. I guess I won't be needing the empty bottle anymore. I'll keep it around just in case. Never needed that bandage. I might get one on the... I might have a need for it on the way up. Let's start climbing. Trail of blood, electricity. Not enough knowledge, -3 stamina. Try to reason with her. Not enough charisma. The enemy I fought as the second one. I think that was the... I think that was the toilet ghost. It was either the toilet ghost or Maru. Maru was the, let's see, Kuchisake Una, wrong answer, +5 doom. A Veil of Darkness. I have a flashlight. If I can just equip that, I can light my way. Light source seems to somehow repel the darkness, and you continue to climb the staircase safe. Trail of blood, knives. This is what I was expecting I'd need my bandage for, so... Find a switch. Dexterity check. Success. And we did it! As the unnatural fog slowly lifts, you are relieved and collapse onto the floor. We got one! And I'd say that's a good note to end the stream on. The next day, everything feels like a bad dream. You've managed to stop the ritual awakening the eldritch old god, but what's done is done. It will stir in its slumber again and again until the stars are right again. Congratulations. You are safe. For now. Oh, man. Whew. Finally got one. Finally got one on stream. There we go. All right. So this is a fun little game. It is really hard, but it actually is pretty fun. 4 hours? Oh, geez, it did take 4 hours. Holy crap. All right. Let's see. Everyone is here. Proceeds to smash the Elder God. I mean, it is a spider. Let's see. A very hangry spider. John still isn't live. How? Maybe he had a delay or something? Give me a second. Let me check. He's probably only now setting up because I see him, I see his icon in the live channel on Discord. Let's see. Catching up on my feed. So, I guess we still got a little time before the raid target shows up. What was it? We had hashtag creepy tea guy for the raid message. But yeah, if you guys go on to Steam and you look up World of Horror, you can nominate this game for an award. It is still in the early access stage. And if you look on the shop, as of right now, it is $14.99. So I would definitely recommend it. And it's an 80 on Metacritic. if you pay attention to that kind of thing. So it's really fun, but really challenging. I highly recommend it. And I'm normally not even into horror stuff, so, that's kind of a glowing testimony from me. Let's see. Let's check the extra stuffs. I think I got an achievement for... Like, what was it? Okay. Defeat an enemy with a baseball bat. Unlocks flare gun. Investigate 20 locations with the compass equipped. Unlocks the map. As Aiko, defeat the mad janitor. Unlocks Ikumi. Meet your other neighbor. Unlocks a spooky sweater. At any point of the game, have 4 followers. Meet a school wraith haunting the corridor. Complete the game with the second character. Unlocks the cursed cartridge. Roll a 1 during a stat check. Unlocks the hermit. Defeat an old god with over 90% doom. Unlocks a bone saw as an item. Win your first playthrough. Win your second playthrough. Oh, we get a new character from that. Okay, lose your playthrough due to reason loss. Lose your playthrough due to stamina loss. Lose your playthrough due to doom. Win a playthrough using World of Horror backstory. Unlocks medical history as a backstory. Win a playthrough using medical history backstory. Unlocks Hunted by the Cult backstory. Oh. And Shioka History 1. Unlock 15 achievements. Unlocks City History. Okay. Got the stamina loss. Got the reason loss. Earth devoured by, this is the ending screen we get if we lose to the Spider God, for those who didn't see it first time around. Mouth slit, that's if I lost to the Scissor Woman. Lost in the other world. This was the ending I kept getting in, what was it? The True Akamanto fight. Survive generic, and that was it. So I've got half of all the endings, so not bad on that front. Event editor and Pantheon. Let's see. Terrible spider god tears the walls of its cocoon prison every 300 years, trying to satisfy its impossible hunger. The bloated body of the towering eye drifts in the nothingness of cosmos. Magicians granted the gift of power unknowingly bring the old god closer and closer to their home planet. Goizo. The old god was imprisoned in another dimension eons ago by an advanced race of humanoid reptiles. Over the years, the barrier between dimensions has weakened, allowing Goizo to use mirrors and kidnap its prey. Itotu, a perfect black marble statue of a handsome young man, is hiding the pure essence of chaos and destruction. The devouring fire is supposed cause of destruction of the Library of Alexandria. Now I'm curious what these are. Is this a password thing? Don't know if it'll do much because it's early access, but, let's see. World of Horror Pantheon. There we go. World of Horror Pantheon code. Apparently that's the thing. Okay, let's see. Don't warn me again for horror. Z? Okay. I see the things blink, but let's see. Pressing Z highlights all the clickable things. Let's see. Okay, so it doesn't look like this does anything yet. I guess because it's still early access, so. Let's see. Enemy bestiary. Let's see. Okay. We've run into a lot of, we've run into a fair amount of enemies. Excuse me. Events Codex. Okay. Let's see. Back to menu. One-bit mode. Two-bit mode. Hee 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 hee. Disable extra effects for certain scenes, which means more frames per second. Wait, hold on. What's the extra? Extra information displayed. Extra math displayed. Skip the playthrough intro. Okay, okay. Skip the mystery tutorial. Check for connected gamepads. Skip the suitcase screen. Skip the card pack screen. Alright, let's see, hold on. Also, since you kept dying, I guess nominating this game would fall under best game you suck at. Oh, fuck you, MSO. John's live? Alright. Okay. Let's see. We had some fun, but I believe... I believe now would be a good time to end the stream. So we're going to go ahead and raid Proton John. And we're going to raid with hashtag... Creepy Tea Guy. There we go. I love horror movies. Games make me cry. Yeah, fair. Because sometimes the horror games are just unfair. Alright, and we're going to go ahead and raid one Proton John. Let's see. And I will see you guys later. I may or may not do another stream later this week. No guarantee. I will see you guys later. Let's go ahead and raid.